Hello everyone and welcome. This is the Silent K, and today we're going to be playing MegaMek. We are playing a versus match against Gribbly, who you may recall we played against last time and got our were roundly defeated. Yeah. We do have a lot of custom mechs that we're bringing. Let me just quickly select and view each one so that our viewers know what I'm bringing to the table. We do have this guy. We're playing double blind, and unlike last time, we're doing a full double blind, where we can't even see each other's lobbies. So I actually don't know what Gribbly is bringing to the table, aside from I know that he's got some infantry.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what, I'll step away for a moment and while you describe that and get myself a drink, just so I don't hear. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay. This is a simple variant. It just trades some heat sinks for armor. Other than that, we've got almost stock everything. The full ton of machine gun ammo, of course, has been modified. This is your standard one of these. So yeah, I feel like it's a good mix of heat sinks and range. Custom variant on this guy. Again, just double heat sinks and a simple weapon upgrade. Bringing max armor, as I like to do on pretty much all of these. This is also a double heatsink upgrade. Also replaces the machine guns, since now it has the heat capacity to spare. This is actually named after the pilot in the Fighting Bulldogs that I designed this specifically for, because she has a weapon specialty. As well as being a super elite pilot, and she just devastates everything in this, which is why I did put my best pilot in it. And then this is actually a book variant, Canon, but I thought it was a good use of the remaining points that I had. So yeah, that is 2 lances worth of Fighting Bulldogs. We'll be playing on a slightly larger map than we did last time. We're doing 45 by 45, and we've got hopefully slightly more mountainous terrain and a little more room to spread out, and that'll give us, like multiple avenues of attack and defense. We hadn't yet discussed any objectives. So what we did last time is we each designated 1 hex, and then there were victory points awarded for controlling that hex uncontested.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I was just getting to the point where we were talking about objectives. We had looked at the sample board, kind of mountainous, kind of wooded, a little bit of water. Did you want to do the same objective style that we did last time, where we each pick a hex and then...
Yeah, I think, yeah. Give it a try, see. On a slightly bigger board, it should be interesting.
All right. In that case...
I mean, it's going to be slightly different because of Zelbrigan as well.
Yes. I assume you're bringing 1 star worth of mechs for that many points?
Pretty much.
I
I don't usually play clans. I mean, I have occasionally dabbled as a GM for stuff, but yeah, I just put together a star that I thought seemed kind of appropriate for house horses. And bam, it was like 16, well, I can't remember, like 14,000 BV or something. Just straight off like that. I forgot just how expensive they are.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I've improved pretty much all of the pilots on my force, and I'm bringing a total tonnage of 490. So yeah, this I feel like is should be a decent setup that I've got for taking on a smaller but superior force. And with that, I'm ready to roll. Oh,
Cool. Yeah, okay.
did you want to start at the north, south, east, west?
Oh, I need to fix that, don't I? Hang on. I don't mind. What do you prefer?
I'll start at the south, if that's okay with you.
Okay, doke. Right, so got forces. Have you got any mechs with case?
I
don't. If
don't.
you do, I don't know if you want to check the pilot ejection status. It may not be an issue.
Let me just check. I don't have a lot of mechs that are running ammo to begin with.
Okay.
Yes, I do
And if
have.
you've got any mechs with Gauss rifles as well, if you want to check to see that they've got eject turned off for an explosion.
I had not considered that. I'm not at the point in my campaign where I have a lot of mechs with case. So yeah, that's a good catch. Is that under equipment? Okay.
We've got the map. We've got the deployments north and south. I think that's it. There's always something that I forget, and then you start the game. But yeah, I think it's ready, isn't it?
I do actually have one with a Gauss. Let me. And that's considered an ammunition explosion with the Gauss, right?
It is.
Okay.
I think it's because I've got the option turned on for conditional auto ejection, so that mechs with case don't automatically eject. I'm not sure if that happens normally, but it does mean that you can turn it off Gauss rifles, which is.
Yeah. All right. So I should be set up and ready. The two, the one with the Gauss and the one with case, are both disabled. So I appreciate the tip on that one.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it last time. It's just I definitely remember playing a game with a friend of mine who had a mech with Gauss rifles, and we were just playing. One of them got hit, and the mech didn't take much damage, but the pilot ejected, and I was like, "Oh, that's fun," or not. So it's something that always sticks in my mind at the beginning. I always check that, but it's probably fine anyway.
Yeah, honestly, case is probably something I should start incorporating into the Challenger Deep, especially that archer that keeps losing its side torsos.
Oh yeah, especially in a campaign game.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, I've had to pull that archer now out of I think 2 battles because his side torso was breached and I didn't want to lose it to an ammo explosion. So yeah, I should probably think about modifying that. I think it takes like a whole lot of tech time to do though. All right, it looks like we have 1 initiative for deployment. Although, depending on what the map looks like, we might not be able to see anything right off the bat. Let's go ahead. So it looks like we're looking at 2 peaks, one of which has a cute little mountaintop lake. I bet it would be a good place for a cabin. What is this terrain?
Yeah.
On a couple of these hexes on the northern mountain, I see some weird graphics on the border. Is that something I need to be aware of?
Whereabouts?
Hex 2819 and 3219 both have like extra texture around them where they drop off to the lower levels. Oh. It's interesting.
Sorry, 27. Oh, I see. 2819.
Yeah, and 3219, just to the right of that, like 4 hexes. Does that look funny to you? Is that something on my client
It's like
side?
a little bit of rubble around the edges. I don't know, is that... I'm trying to mouse over it to see.
I mean, I'm just showing level 7 and level 4 when I mouse over it, so I guess it's nothing game related.
I think it's purely cosmetic. I guess we'll find out.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and designate a hex for an objective, something that I think I can hold easily. And I'm looking at, what is this, 1340, this heavy woods. All right, did you get the little orange objective marker on the woods?
I haven't checked yet. I'm just going to choose one myself, I think.
Or is that's probably too close to the edge. That's 5 hexes from the edge.
I think that's fine. As long as it's got at least 3 hexes from the edge, it should be fine. Because I think the way I was... Because this is kind of what I'd like to experiment with. I think what I'm saying is that in order to hold the objective and score, you have to be either in the hex with a ground unit or adjacent to it. But that only counts if there are no enemy units within 3 hexes. I mean, that's just... We could change that. I think it's good, like either being inside or adjacent, because if we ever had a building hex that we chose as the objective, you know, you wouldn't necessarily want to have a mech inside that hex.
Right.
Presume. I like the idea of if you want to contest something and prevent someone scoring, that you don't have to be right on top of it.
Yeah.
So,
even.
I'm just going to mark an objective.
Just off the top of my head, I'm thinking Death from Above Wargaming on YouTube. I think they do within 3 inches of the objective because they don't play on hexes. But I think they use a 3 hex rate or a 3 inch radius. So I mean that works for me.
Yeah, I mean the exact details I don't mind so much. It's just as long as as long as we've got an objective that counts for something, and that there's some way of contesting it, the nitty-gritty details, as long as we agree to them, it doesn't really matter what they are.
Alright, so
okay, so I picked one.
I see that. Kind of hidden up in these woods. So it being, I guess, my turn to deploy. Scouting a path. This guy's slower than, yeah, he is. Put it in there. Okay, that's gonna be a little while, but we'll start with that. My interface is being annoying. I'm not trying to deploy that one first. Thank you very much. Alright, and now for... Yep, I feel like this guy's probably just gonna camp. Oh, I see something. I see 3 squads of elementals and a Loki. Okay.
Oh, that's a Marauder 2.
Yes, it is. That is the Marauder 2.
A chunky big boy.
Yes, it is. 304 points of armor. Slower than anything, but it really doesn't matter.
Because that was a, what was it, Blackwell Industries, like supply Bolster Dragoons?
Oh, I'm the wrong person to ask. I've watched all of the Text Talks videos about who made what, but like I did not retain very much of it.
Yeah, because I guess we've got simultaneous deployment turned on. What we could do next time is do it one minute by initiative. I suppose that is past it. I guess
Yeah.
it probably doesn't matter.
Okay, so we've won initiative for phase 1. Everyone, of course, still has all their BV. And I honestly can't tell if you have eyes on this guy. Oh, it doesn't look like. Okay. I see a Shadowhawk 2C now with 4 Streak SRM2s, a couple lasers, and didn't catch that last bit. Okay, so 4 lasers and 4 Streak 2s.
Yeah, I think the Shadowhawk 2C is something that gets. It's one of the second line mechs that's manufactured by Clarence South Sources.
Oh.
I think there are some specific later variants that they have factories for it. I think it's the 2C6. So I'm guessing that's not around yet, I don't think. So I'm guessing they just, at this point, just use it. I'm guessing this is kind of, theoretically, we're kind of around, because you mentioned 2K around that sort of era, so I guess we're like, what, 3052-ish, maybe?
Yeah, I'd say about that. We're maybe closer to Tukiyid than what was the first planet that they took? I looked it up one time and I don't remember it. It had like a silly name, like Anywhere, I think.
Or Nowhere. Well, there were a few practice things they did in the periphery first. But then when the invasion actually started, they took a whole bunch of planets more or less simultaneously. And that's when they all got super competitive, because there was supposed to be a schedule that they were going to stick to, and the Bolster Dragoons ignored that and just jumped straight onto the second wave. And the J Falcons got a little bit annoyed and competitive. It all seemed to be a bit childish. Yeah, I never used to really like the clans very much. I kind of warmed them a little bit. I don't generally played them, but they do make an interesting antagonist.
I keep seeing your elementals disappear. And I'm guessing that they're just behind level 1 hill.
Have you got any sensor returns?
No, I haven't seen any, but considering that we're still the better part of 40 hexes away, I think sensors only go out to, isn't like 40 hexes about the max?
I can't remember. I guess it depends what's blocking line of sight. If it's trees, you might be able to spot people, but I don't think the normal sensors will go through hills.
Yeah, all of my guys are just on radar right now, and it looks like most of them are, like my Marauder is showing 16 hexes, my Warhammer is showing 8 hexes. So yeah, we're not within sensor range yet, I don't think. Let me see. Starting with, of course, the biggest guns. And we are...
Is there any way that I can tell? So I can still see your Warhammer. Is there any way that I can tell which of my units is the one that sees it?
Well, it must be your Ryokan, because that's the only one of your mechs that I have eyes on right now. I just realized that the Warhammer variant that I'm using was one that I built for a campaign, and I hadn't put ER PPCs on it yet. So he's rocking stock PPCs. That could bite me in the butt. Because Lord knows he has the heat sinks to use the ER PPCs.
Yeah.
Oh, so one of the mechs that I'm bringing has an anti-missile system, not to give too much away.
Okay.
I remember reading the rules for the AMS back when they first came out, you know, around the time TRO 3050 was published.
Yeah, they're much better now.
Well, I remember the rules that I remember from the time are that you roll 2d6 and subtract that many from the number of missiles that hit. But it was the inner sphere version used 12 shots of ammo to do that. The clan version only used the amount of ammo equal to what it rolled. And the clan version got 24 shots per ton versus the inner sphere's 12. So the inner sphere only got to use it once per ton of ammunition.
I think it's still used the number of shots equal to the number of missiles that it shot down. It's changed now, so it's basically just like a -4 to the cluster roll.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Is much better.
Yeah,
I've turned on the option. Sorry, I've turned on the option which is also the improved AMS effectiveness, which means that if it reduces the cluster roll to below 0, or is it below 2 or below 0? I can't remember.
I think it's
0 missiles hit.
It could be below 2. Yeah, I had read the difference in how it affects the cluster roll, but I wasn't sure if it had changed the way it used ammo or not.
It's just one shot, just 1.1 ammo. Yeah. Some of the older designs, which have got like several tons of AMS ammo, will never use it because it is just one shot. Yeah, you'll get 12 shots with 1 ton of AMS ammo or whatever it is.
Okay, so that's a massive improvement.
It's much more practical. Yeah. There's still some. I mean, I think they're quite characterful and they're quite interesting. I mean, some people will argue that it's questionable, depending on what you're getting attacked with, compared to just having a couple of extra tons of armor. But then, if you've already got maximum armor anyway, then,
Yeah.
and if you expect you're going to be shot at, at least 5 or 10 times by missiles, then it's probably worth it. It's quite cool.
Yeah, if it'll fire 12 times on a ton of ammo, that is massively better than it used to be, and it's something I should maybe look into getting for some of my mechs. That's genuinely useful now.
I definitely think you shouldn't bother with it. It's definitely not worth it. Considering if I had to play you again with 3-1 Sleep Forces, you definitely don't use LRMs at all. You definitely don't want to worry about that. I'm sure.
Well,
It's a total waste of time.
I was thinking more for my campaign, where most of my mechs are already at max armor and survivability is a huge issue. Like with the campaign, like anytime I lose a mech is a huge deal. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a lot different than a one-off game.
Do you have any really good high piloting pilots?
In this match?
No, in the campaign.
In the campaign that I've been streaming, the Challenger Deep, my best pilot is a 2-3. That's the company commander Murdoch. Also got a couple of 3-4s and a 4-4, but that's out of like 9 people. The Fighting Bulldogs is a totally different story. The Fighting Bulldogs are they've advanced to 3049. They are now 2 full companies strong, and they started with the same 4 mechs and basically the same 4 pilots as the Challenger Deep, but I've been playing them on days that I don't stream. So yeah, I've got a Jenner variant named the Sakina, which is named after a pilot that I captured in that campaign who was a 1-4 when I captured her. She's a 1-2 now. And she has a specialization in medium lasers. So when she's firing her medium lasers, which she has 7 of, her gunnery is effectively -1. Joining her in my recon lance is Henrika Rixton, who drives a custom Phoenix Hawk. She is a 1-3 with a specialization in medium lasers.
Right, because if you're looking at survivability, because there is a Phoenix Hawk, there's a Royal Phoenix Hawk version which has ECM, I think, and the way that ECM is implemented currently in MegaMek. It's the original older version of the TACOps ghost targets rule.
Okay.
So if you've got a very high piloting pilot who switches their ECM onto ghost targets, that potentially can give reasonable hit penalties to the opposition. It definitely increases survivability, but you need a good pilot for it to be remotely reliable. If you've got a piloting one pilot or two pilot, then definitely worth looking at.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not sure if it is the Royal Phoenix or it might be the one special, like a slightly later version.
Well, I mean, regardless, ECM sounds like something I should look at for at least my recon lance, because all my best pilots are on the recon lance. The company commander has also gotten down to a 1-2. She drives a custom Stalker 3F with double heat sinks and max armor. So that's maybe another thing I could consider putting it on. But I think it's probably gonna be a little while yet before the Challenger Deep have the means for that kind of tech.
Yeah.
All right, and our initiative winning streak continues.
Guessing that +1 you've got is one of your mechs a command mech?
Should be actually more than one. Pretty sure the
Archer.
Archer.
It doesn't stack.
Okay, yeah, the Archer is the command mech, and I think the Marauder 2 is a command mech, at the very least.
Ooh, that's a lot of blips.
Oh. Oh. That's a lot of blips, he says, and then doesn't elaborate.
No, it's just it's actually the sensors were starting to work, so I can see some of your these inner sphere Surats do like to bring their friends with them.
I'm really regretting not having ERPPCs on the Warhammer right now. You are one hex out of range. Oh, and now I see a Vulture as well, and a Thresher. ER medium, Ultra 10, 2 medium pulse, 2 6s. Interesting.
Thresher's inclined diamond shark. Came up with a design working with Bulldogs. It's a battleneck, it's not an old thing.
Oh.
It's weird, like quite a few of the Clan Bulldogs on these, they're the slightly older versions. I mean, obviously not the reopened, but if you look at the Mad Dog, I don't think that has endless steel. But if you look at there's another deck I'm bringing, which is a classic Hellspace's deck, which I don't think has Endomorph power.
Let's see, the Vulture has as many LRMs as my Archer has. And 5 for a mod of 2. And 5 for a mod of 2. Your mediums, your larges. Oh, I finally see a sensor return.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can
Oh,
see.
you have some fast movers. I'm guessing that must be one of scouts on the east pushing forwards.
Alright, so as always, we start with the biggest guns we got because that's how you get more crits. So,
Don't fire yet.
oh,
I was going to do. So we're doing simultaneous firing, so I was going to say, if I do Zelbriggen first.
ah, yes. So, I believe it falls to you to issue a challenge, or does
Yes,
that go
so
either
for
way?
example, you can. So if I, for example, say. So Mech Warrior Gene, Stormcrow, invokes the ritual of Zelbriggen to challenge the Warhammer pilot to a duel and let no one interfere with this contest of warriors with a certain of equals. So the idea behind the guidelines for the rules, we can do it any way you like, but the guidelines for the rules for doing Zelbriggen are basically, I make a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So I've challenged the guy with Warhammer with the Stormcrow. So as you're a different weight class, so you're a heavy and I'm a medium, you choose to you refuse if you want, as long as you make an alternate challenge. So for example, either your Warhammer would then have to. I'm assuming that if this is like 3052, then your pilot's got a rough idea of what planet ornaments are.
Yeah.
So your Warhammer pilot could either agree to the duel with the Storm Crew, or he could instead making it a challenge to a different one of my mechs, presumably of a similar weight class, otherwise I could potentially refuse, or you could respond to that challenge with someone else. So I've challenged the Warhammer with the Stormcrow. You can either agree to that, or you can make an alternative challenge.
Munira Belok, the pilot of the Warhammer, issues an alternative challenge against the pilot of the Thresher, Kiara.
Okay, accepted. I can hear a pen moving. That's good. I'll probably have to ask you to remind me which ones would be suitable.
Okay, yeah, I have made a note of that. Do we continue in that fashion until all challenges are issued?
I think so. I mean, I guess the problem is then I need to make an alternative challenge with this one. I mean, if I don't end up in a duel, I'm going to fire anyway, so how about... I don't like the look of challenging... Okay, so MechWarrior Gene and Stormcrow challenges the pilot of the Archer to a duel within a circle of equals.
Let's see here. Mira Sukarno of the Archer accepts the challenge from the Stormcrow.
Okay. So before I move on, I'll do my firing for the Stormcrow now.
Okay.
And the Thresher is engaged with the Warhammer, right?
Yes. Real quick, the Shadowhawk 2C, is that also a 55 tonner like the original Shadowhawk?
I think it's 45 actually. It's a bit smaller. It's ironic. It's kind of one of the things that jumped out to me is because like some of these Omnis either don't have Endo or Pharaoh, but it's an old second line mech, but it's got Endo and Pharaoh. But yeah, I believe it's 45. So, MechWarrior Koki of the Mad Dog invokes the Ritual of Zelbrigan and challenges the pilot of Marauder to a duel.
I actually have been looking at this. I was considering if there would be an opportunity to challenge your Vulture, but I was planning on doing it with the Marauder too.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a heavy, you're a heavy, so you have to agree to that, I think.
Alright.
Just to play my weapons fine.
Well, we should both be at medium range for most of our stuff right now, so that's going to get interesting. Alright, so the Marauder versus the Mad Dog.
So the Shadowhawk does not issue a challenge.
Does that mean that he doesn't get to fire this turn?
well, he hasn't fired. Generally speaking, if one of my mechs fires on one of yours, that constitutes a challenge as well. He hasn't fired.
Interesting. Probably because nothing's in range. Looks like he's mostly a short range kind of guy. Actually, wait, that ER medium has... God, clan tech. This ER medium is just insane to me.
It's like what, 5, 10, 15, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 5, 10, 15.
Dehelping it doesn't issue a challenge either.
Oh.
So I'm done. So basically, if any of your mechs fire upon any of my mechs that are not involved in a duel, that constitutes a challenge. If you fire on a mech that's in a duel, then you can, next turn I can fire back. I think it's one of these things, it doesn't really make a lot of difference, but it just means that you get some flexibility in working out which of my mechs can fire on which of yours, up until the point when people gang up on and then it goes to hell. Oh, I guess we should say for the people watching, I'm trying to do clan on a level 2. I might be doing it a bit wrong, but I think this is more or less working so far. We'll see.
All right, so that is down. Let's see. Warhammer has challenged the Thresher, but technically he's still like 4 hexes out of range, so I guess I'm done there. The Archer is engaging the Stormcrow. I mean, it doesn't seem fair, but it's the only shot I've got. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
Absolutely nothing. It's totally fine. Go for it.
Alright, yeah, my Marauder 2 has a shot on your Shadowhawk, so I'm taking it. It's 11s, but...
Okay.
Oh, there are now multiple sensor returns. I see. I didn't notice that before now. Alright, I don't even know who your Loki has line of sight on. Alright, so the Ryokan hits the Archer on an 8 for 10 points to the right leg. The Vulture hits the Marauder with no less than 24 LRMs and a large pulse. Left torso is down to 10 points, right arm is down to 7. Ouch. Yeah, the Marauder 3R is not as fully armored as I would have liked. But, alright.
Marauders never are.
I'm sorry?
Unless they're made by the Davians.
Alright. The Marauder returns fire at the Vulture, landing a hit on the left arm for 10. The Archer lands 12 missiles on the Ryokan. So, all in all, I did about half as much damage to you as you did to me. And then Marauder 2 does land one of his 11s on the left leg of that Shadowhawk 2C, leaving him with 5 armor there. Needs a 5.
Okay. Would you mind making a note that the Shadowhawk is engaged with the Marauder?
Yes.
Beautiful. Accepted.
Alright, so no one... Well, okay, the Marauder 2 is at 1 heat. Everyone else is well within limits. And we win initiative again. The dice are certainly favoring us, although BV-wise, you've taken the lead.
So,
and it looks like we've rolled for sensors because I'm getting different results than I had at the end of the turn. Alright, so I haven't moved any of these guys yet. Let's start here, I think. So now I'm looking at 5 mechs here. So I'm assuming most of what you've left at your objective is elementals. I'm not expecting a huge amount of resistance here, but we'll find out in a turn or so, I guess.
It's just okay. This is the Hemisphere thing, isn't it? Oh, they're just elementals. That's not a lot of resistance.
Well, I am... That's a whole lance of mechs coming up the right side. So I feel like, you know, a lance of mechs should be able to handle a lance or a star of elementals. I'm not saying it'll be easy, but I do feel like I have an upper hand there. I feel like you've committed more of your forces to the left side of the map.
Yeah, I got some blips on that side, so it seemed like you had slightly less on the west side towards the objective, so I thought I'd try and push strongly. A star of elementals should take out 1 mech, I'd say, generally. Definitely 1. I'd be disappointed if they didn't take out at least 1. So the Thresher is engaged by...
The Warhammer.
Okay.
The Warhammer with bog standard PPCs.
So just I think I've played quite a few games as Hemisphere against clans, but never with Zelbriggen. The impression I get is that one of the tactical choices is when you want to throw the duel out the window and just go to a free-for-all.
That was my understanding. That's why, I mean, I feel like after a certain point, it is probably going to devolve a bit. From what you had sent me on the Discord about the Zelbriggen honor levels, I don't honestly, depending on how things play out, don't see anything wrong with playing at level 3, where it does literally turn into a free-for-all once the rules are broken.
That almost defeats defeats the purpose of it, because as soon as one person makes 1 error, like all the duels are off. I'd rather like, I've never done this before, so I'm quite interested to see how it plays out. It's quite, if someone interferes with a duel, then that means that I can fire back. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather let's stick with level 2. It might be interesting. I'm just curious, really.
Okay.
Who's the Vulture engaged with? Who's the Mad Dog engaged with?
The Marauder, which I thought was ironic.
And who's the Shadow Hawk engaged with?
The Marauder too.
Oh, that's the 5B, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see, the Thresher ran 7 for a mod of 3. So that's an option. 10.
This is also one of the interesting things with Zelbrigan. Like, if I only had mechs and you only had mechs, if I lose initiative, that basically means I lose initiative for all of them. Because if I have to move first with one mech, then you would just move the mech that's in a duel with it, and so on. So like a
Right.
it's potentially quite. I mean, I've got some infantry and stuff as well, so I can play the usual shenanigans with using those as initiative things. I feel slightly less bad about doing it this time with Zelbrigan than I did last time. Not that I felt that bad about it, really, but you know.
Let's see. Just need to check something real quick.
I seem to be missing a few of your mechs. So you've got a lance on the west.
Yeah. And then you've got eyes on, you should be able to see the Jenner, at least on the right side.
Yeah. 2 more guys.
Alright, so the Archer currently engaged with the Stormcrow.
You can probably see my Salama units up in the northeast.
I see, it looks like 4 platoons of rifle point foot platoons and 1 additional sensor return.
Yeah. Slightly older warriors who've been given given a gun and a last chance. They're not the best infantry in the world. At least they've been equipped with more than pointy sticks. Which I think a lot of the clans that there's a slight misconception, like pretty much all clans, almost all clans apart from I think Smoke Jaguar and possibly J Falcon, I think all of the others use infantry at least for provisional garrison clusters or just Salama units for defense. But they can sometimes they're just equipped with almost nothing. They're just expected to take on the bandit cast or whatever. Hell's Horses at least treats their infantry a little bit better. That doesn't mean they're any more skilled compared to the Inner Sphere anyway.
Interesting. Alright, and you.
I do like the Phoenix Hawk.
Yeah, I'm a fan. It's one of those mechs that has so many variants that you're bound to find one that you like. And I really like the asymmetric, main gun in the right hand and then like secondary guns in both arms. The speed, the relatively well armoredness, the jump capability. I'm a fan of that mech in general.
Yeah. Just the whole of it being like a designed to take on some of the like wasps, stings, and locusts, and also, the base model has 2 machine guns or whatever, so it's supposed to be general purpose, but well, kind of. At least in the lore, I quite like that. So just to check, the Ryoken
was the archer.
The archer, right?
Yes. And the archer is returning fire as best as he is able.
And the thresher is the Marauder.
The thresher is the Warhammer. Let's see, the Marauder and the Vulture.
Marauder, yeah?
Yes. Excuse me. And this is what we came here for. I need 8s on that. But that's a lot of 8s. Let's see, the Marauder 2 was on your Shadowhawk. Yeesh, on 10s. That's less than ideal. Alright, looking at these results, the Ryoken needed 9s with everything. Couldn't do better than an 8. Archer returns fire, lands one of his medium lasers on an 11 to the left leg, and 32 of his LRMs. I think this round is going the opposite way last round did. That's 5 to the right arm, 10 to the left arm, 5 to the head. Left arm again, head again, life support and sensors. So that's going to be a +2 to targeting because of that sensors hit, right?
Yeah.
And then the life support is going to damage your pilot if your heat gets too high. Second consciousness check, made it out with him with a 12, nice. Warhammer on the Thresher lands 1 hit to the left leg on a 10. Man, my guys are rolling like fire today. The Thresher returning fire, landing an ER medium for 7 to the left torso. The Marauder 3R at the Vulture, landing 5 of his lasers to the right arm, left arm twice, going internal there, left leg, and another head hit. And you only rolled a 3 on that consciousness check. Your Vulture firing at my Marauder hits the left torso with a large pulse down to 0 armor, and another large pulse to the left leg down to 8 there, and gonna be a piloting check. Marauder 2 at the Shadowhawk, missing all of his 10s. And then Infantry at the Jenner. All 10s and 11s. Couldn't roll better than a 9, looks like. The Phoenix Hawk landing his 9 on your foot platoon for 2 guys, and the Jenner killing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. Alright, and I actually think I just figured out what my strategy is going to be against these infantry going here on. The Ryokan stays standing, but the Vulture rolls a 4 and takes 6 damage to his right leg. And then the Marauder needs a 5, gets a 9. Alright, so your Vulture is at 6 heat, so that's going to be a movement penalty. None of my guys are above 2 yet. And our initiative streak continues. And you can't even say it's that +1, because most of these I've just been outrolling you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Alright, so Vulture, overheated and prone. And being overheated, he is actually makes him as fast as the guy he's in a duel with. God, those pulse lasers just have so much range. Alright, hold off on that for the time being. Do something a little a little lower stakes over here on the other side. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I kept my Phoenix Hawk a hex away from your infantry because I thought that would be medium range. I'm looking, and those guys actually have a range of 3 with those rifles.
Yes, the Mauser 2C is a bit obnoxious, you know.
Let's see.
It's got the same range as an inner sphere infantry support laser.
Yeah, and it's the support laser is a larger laser, isn't it? I mean, it's not like a rifle.
Yeah, it's one of the support weapons, yeah. I mean, there are a few different flavors of it. Like the heavy support laser is truly obnoxious, but I tend not to use those.
I've also
what making custom infantry is like, you want to either have a little bit of mobility or some decent range, but then if you make them as truly obnoxious as you possibly can, and so that it's not, yeah, I try not to do that.
I've also seen inner sphere foot infantry with LRMs that had the 369 range brackets, which I don't know if they're like a different kind of
the damage
missile.
isn't as good. I mean, yeah. And strangely, like the development of the infantry LRMs was relatively late, whereas the support lasers have been around for centuries. So, strangely.
Now, I'm seeing, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of elementals over here. And after our run-in with the battle armor last time, I'm pretty leery of that many SRMs. Because that's, what, 10 SRMs per point? That's 50 SRMs. That's a pretty overwhelming amount.
I mean, they don't have the same SRM firepower as the Phalanx suit, but they're a little bit tougher. They're a lot more mobile. You know, they can swarm. They've got additional weapons. The Phalanx are a bit of a one-trick pony, I think. I mean, yeah. I'm not sure how effective battle armor is, and I'm not sure. I don't think I'm very good at using it, but I like it as like an extra type of unit, and it's kind of, there's a lot of flavour with that, so I quite like using it. And there's a lot of variety. Well, there's not that much variety, but there are some differences between them. And elementals are absolutely the gold standard. Even like these basic elemental suits that I'm using here, in 100 years on from the timeline, they're still good. You know.
Yeah. Alright. So my Marauder 2 is starting to fall back, trying to keep some range between him and that Shadowhawk, which only has the one ER laser that has a range of more than about 9, right? Like all of his other stuff is pretty short range. Let's see, Stormcrow, which is challenging my archer. Okay, so we got dudes there. Maybe next turn.
So the Stormcrow is the archer, right?
Yes. And let's see, these. So these ER large lasers actually have a range of 8, which is pretty insane. And the ER mediums are 5, 10, 15. Whereas my archer's medium lasers are 3, 6, 9. he's got... Okay, well, it doesn't want to show me. I'm just looking at the stats on your Ryokan right now, trying to remember how many lasers it has. And, geez, even if he only...
It's like 2 large, 3 small. Oh, sorry, 2 large, 3 medium, or whatever.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of heat sinks.
Oh my goodness, it certainly does. I'm trying to decide whether I want to engage at 7 hexes or 3 with this archer, and neither one of them looks great. I mean...
I'm presuming most of your firepower the RM20s, but it's no fun getting into a long-range duel with a clan mech, so...
No, you've...
Oh, the archer has battle fists, right?
Yes, it does.
Is that right?
I also don't think I want to be
So you
quite that...
probably want to get in and punch and kick.
Yeah, but that's also short range for your elementals.
They shouldn't really interfere with a duel.
Oh, well. No, I'm still not used to thinking about it like that. So 11 hexes would be long range for your mediums, but still medium range for your large lasers. And you've got partial cover and woods. That's not going to go well for my archer. Hey, give me just one sec while you're making your move. I have to use the restroom.
Roger.
Be right back. Alright, I'm back. I apologize for that. But
That's right, welcome back. Yeah, so it's my move, so the thresher is Warhammer here.
yes. Eight hexes. Okay.
And Mantle is the one of it.
Yeah.
The Mad Dog has been one of my favourite mechs since the 3050 came out. Aesthetically, I mean, you know.
Oh yeah, I love the way it
not,
looks.
It's not particularly exceptional as a mech, but it's kind of, I don't know, I like it for some reason.
I mean, I'm a fan of it aesthetically. Like when 3050 came out, it was the Vulture and the Timberwolf were obviously the ones that stood out for me.
Yeah.
Also a big fan of the Nova. I'm
Yeah.
honestly kind of resent the new sculpt of the Nova, where it has a regular waist instead of those weird shoulder hips.
I haven't seen the new sculpt. I mean,
It looks almost identical to a Ryokan, except for the arms.
I mean, the Nova is actually, that's another clan Hell's Horse's mech, and I was going to. There were a few others like Horned Owl and the second line mech, and the Nova I was going to use. I was thinking, oh, we could probably do a game with 2 stars. I put this star together and it came out to like the, whatever pattern value it was. And I thought, oh, so maybe not. But yeah, the Nova is a classic Hell's Horses mech. And I know you have a certain fondness for medium lasers, so it seemed it would have been appropriate maybe.
Well, back in the 90s, when the 3050 was still relatively new, I was, I don't know, maybe 11 or 12 or so, I think, and I was at a gaming convention and they had a Battletech event. And it was a random draw tournament, and I drew a Nova. And I actually won the first round of that tournament against a Timberwolf with a Nova when I was like 10. I remember there was a news crew covering the convention, and they came over and they like interviewed me, but I guess I wasn't ready for the camera yet, because I don't think they ever aired it.
I think these things, I've been at different things where there's been camera crews. There's a lot of, they shoot a lot of stuff and they show very little of it.
Yeah.
So it depends if it's a slow news week or not, I guess.
Okay, Thresher used his mask this turn. I thought he went 8 hexes. He's a 5/8, right?
Yeah, 5/8 10. He used mask last time as well.
Yeah, I see that. He needed a 5. Starting to push your luck a little bit, huh?
Yeah, got to live dangerously. I almost never use mechs with mask or massive charges, so well, that's quite interesting.
Same. Actually, one of my Phoenix Hawks that I'm running right now has mask, and it's actually, I think, the first time I've ever used mask in MegaMek, because like I saw the movement profile, how it's got the blue outline and then the yellow for running, and I was like, this doesn't look right.
Yeah. Which one is that? Is that the 3S one?
Yeah, the 3S has mask.
So is that based on a Steiner variant?
I would assume, but I would want to look it up on Sarna before I
Okay.
said for sure.
No, I didn't realise there were any Phoenix Hawks which actually had mask. I know that like the 3050, like the Marek Wolverine version, the 3050's got mask, I think, which is kind of weird. So to confirm, the Ryokan is continuing to fire on the archer, right?
Yes. Although, I have to be honest, that Shadowhawk presents an awfully tempting target.
Sure, I don't know that you're thinking that yet. And the thresh is the warhammer, yeah?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so pilot McQuarrie Devlin of the Hellbringer challenges the pilot of the Phoenix Walk 1 under the terms of Zelbring into a duel of warriors within the circle of equals.
Hellbringer versus a Phoenix Hawk. Oof. Let me...
So if you decline, you have to have an alternative. That is heavy versus medium, so
Yeah, all of my heavies are already occupied though. Large to medium. I don't know if you have eyes on or a sensor contact, but there's actually an enforcer at the bottom of that hill that would like to reciprocate your
I see the
challenge.
enforcer. I wanted to engage him, but I don't actually have line of sight. He's also a medium, right? He's like 50 tonner, right?
Yeah.
So I guess you can decline, and you can select, say, the enforcer, and then I'll decline, and then I'll probably shoot at the Phoenix Hawk anyway. So,
Oh, is that how this is gonna go down? Alright.
well, I mean, if you said, wait, well, I don't, maybe not. I don't know. Okay. Okay, if you want to decline the Phoenix Hawk and say that the enforcer will do it, does he have line of sight to the Hellbringer?
No. It is blocked by terrain.
Okay, so, but he is aware and he wants to make the challenge, in which case I will accept that. The honourable enforcer pilot wishes to protect the Phoenix Hawk, so who am I to ignore that? So I accept the challenge of the enforcer.
Things are about to get interesting over on that side of the map, I think. Jeez, still on 9s. Alright, so the Ryokan firing at the archer needs 10s, which actually I thought you'd have a better shot than that. My Phoenix Hawk firing at your foot platoon kills 2 guys and starts a fire in their hex. The Thresher firing at the Warhammer, Ultra 10 firing twice, needing 7s, getting 6s. The ER mediums, or the ER medium and the medium pulse on 8s and 6s both hit to the center torso.
And didn't even destroy your searchlight.
I mean, it's not dark, so the searchlight.
It's always a moral thing
No.
to destroy.
No, your second SRM-6, the first missile did destroy the searchlight.
Oh, excellent! I'm satisfied now. Objective complete.
And you also got 2 head hits with those SRMs. Center torso is down to 12. It's 10, excuse me. Head is down to 5. The Jenner firing at your other foot platoon kills a couple of guys and then lights a fire in their hex. Phoenix Hawk firing at foot platoon, missing with the small lasers, starts a fire in their hex. Vulture at the Marauder, 10 points to the center torso, everything else goes wide. Shadowhawk 2C at the Marauder 2. I'm sorry?
I'm disappointed with that.
Oh.
Pulse lasers at that range, that should have been okay.
Yeah, 7s and 8s, I mean, it's not that difficult of a shot. Oh, well, it won't let me click on the number to see the readout, I guess, double blind. Let's see, tagged the Marauder 2 in the left torso for 7 points. All of your streaks failed to achieve lock. Foot platoon at the Phoenix Hawk, 14 damage. Looks like 6 of that goes to the left torso. Ouch. Enforcer shooting at a hex that's already on fire. 2 foot platoons missing my Phoenix Hawk, and the Archer landing 16 LRMs on the Ryokan. Left torso, center torso, right torso, down to 5 there. Other foot platoon hits 34 damage to the Jenner? Jeez. What kind of laser rifles are those?
Mauser 2Cs. I mean, the Mauser 960s that the SLDF used to use, they're obnoxious enough. The 2Cs are better. It's clan tech. I mean, the infantry barely know how to use them, but...
Alright. Surprisingly, none of that went internal, although the right arm is down to 0 armor. Left torso is down to 3. Ouch. Well, I hope you enjoy the fire. Marauder 3R Mark II firing at the Vulture, landing 1, 2, 3, 4 so far. That's left arm, center torso, left leg, left arm again, transferring into the left torso. CT again, left torso again, CT again, down to 8 there. The Warhammer on the Thresher, landing a PPC to the left torso, medium laser to the center torso. Marauder 2 missing all of his 9s, and we've knocked the Vulture over again. 6 points of falling damage.
Slightly unlucky with those piloting rolls.
Yeah, 3 is uncommonly bad. Warhammer took 20, Jenner took 20, both make their 5s. Alright, and I guess we can kick some infantry dudes on a 7.
I do like the fire effect with this tile set. That looks pretty cool.
Are you using the same tile set I'm using? The what is it? Atmospheric, I think.
How do I see that?
under View, go down fourth from the bottom, Client Settings. The second tab is Graphics, and about halfway down there's Tile Set. I'm using Atmospheric, which is
Tile Set Saxarba?
HQ Sexarba, or just regular Sexarba?
Hang on, give me a sec.
Oh, okay. So that's got kind of almost more of like a painted look to it. It looks like you can see almost like brush strokes. I use Atmospheric, partly because it's what I'm used to, and partly because that's I feel cleanest and easiest to see on the stream. Yeah, that's.
So sorry, which one are you using? Like just beat? Hang on. Just atmospheric. Okay.
Yeah, Atmospheric. I feel like it's the most true to, like, it kind of gives it more of like a board gamey kind of feel where it's less.
That's the traditional one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I just switched over here. Yeah, cool.
Infantry generally don't fare very well in fire, so I don't think it's worth trying to kick them on a 7 when there's a chance I could fall down. Oh, that vulture is running hot. 13 points. That's 2 movement penalties and 1 targeting penalty, right? And 1 shy of rolling for a shutdown.
See, I've noticed watching the stream that, like, you're very hesitant to run hot. It's like, I have no problem with it. Especially, like, it's one of the things, like, Clan Tech is a bit obnoxious, but you look at the 3050 designs, if you use, like, the classic Clan Mechs, they're quite thin-skinned, they run incredibly hot, they're quite mobile, they've got character. So it's kind of, you know, I don't mind running a little bit hot.
I just have always felt like your total damage output in a given amount of time is going to suffer if you start taking targeting penalties, so I draw a pretty hard line at 8 points. Like, I'll do it if I know I'm not going to be shooting next turn either way.
It depends if it's the last turn that you're going to be shooting at a particular mech that you think you're going to drop. It depends how much value you're getting out of it. But yeah, it's a personal thing.
Well, that vulture.
I mean, very stupidly, I still don't like dull heatings very much. Like, as a classic Battletech player, like, and it sounds really stupid, but the whole heat curve aspect of the game, which you can't avoid with 3025 tech, is part of the action economy of it. Whereas, as soon as you've got some mechs which are fairly heat neutral, that's an aspect of the game which is gone. I mean, that wouldn't be a problem if the maneuver part was more interesting, but most mechs are not that fast or not very maneuverable. So it's just personal preference.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that 3025 tech with the single heat sinks puts a lot more emphasis on having to carefully judge when to take your shots, when to build up heat, and it's like designs like the Rifleman, which are just designed to alpha strike every 3rd turn. I think that's really cool, but I mean, you know, my favorite part of the game is customizing mechs and getting a little munchkin-y with it, and one of the quickest and easiest way to munchkin the heck out of a mech is to give it double heat sinks.
Oh yeah, I mean, double heat sinks and medium lasers and Gauss rifles, yeah, absolutely.
Alright, so
I almost feel like the game would be like, if medium lasers did 4 points of damage instead of 5, they would still be the ultimate short range weapon anyway. I just feel that ballistics get a very like if I get on my soapbox, I think ballistics, autocannons and stuff get a very they get the short end of the stick generally purely because of double heat sinks.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely affects laser builds and to a lesser degree missile builds. And it does make autocannons um, less efficient, I guess. Because running cold is one of the best things about autocannons. But even in the world of double heat sinks, I find that if you have the tonnage for a decent autocannon, it's usually a good idea to take it, and then you can fill up any spare tonnage that you have with lasers to like fill out that heat threshold.
Oh yeah, I mean, and also there's more flexibility to go for a bracket fire, so the tonnage you can have some tonnage devoted to like PPCs or whatever long range, and then always have like a battery of medium pulse or medium lasers or small lasers which go up to your heat limit at the short range without detracting from your long range potential as well. So yeah, I don't know. This is one of these silly things that it's my own personal like bugbear, and it's the ship sailed on that like 20 or 30 years ago, so I really shouldn't worry about it. So I'm totally aware of that. And it sounds really stupid about me complaining about like tech changes when I'm actually playing a clan force right now. So I'm trying not to be totally ridiculous.
Sorry if it seems like I'm taking a long time to move. I'm just
There's no rush.
I just trying to make sure I'm making the best possible move. And
sorry, wait a minute, sorry, let me check. Like there is a rush, yeah, the pressure, like you've got to move really quickly. Like
I actually saw someone on Facebook had made the joke that they bought themselves a chess timer for BattleTech. A little two-sided clock.
yeah. I'll play chess. No, I think if you're playing a multiplayer game, it is fair and reasonable to accept that part of playing the game is exactly that sort of aspect. And I know that in sort of competitive games of like tabletop games stuff, the whole slow play thing is frowned upon. People take just exactly, they take more time, they take as much time as they possibly can, and they slow it down and they try and drag it out. It's like a psychological thing. That's kind of viewed as being a bit. It's not friendly. That's gamesmanship,
Yeah.
But I don't want to do that. It's like I said to you last time. It's like if I haven't moved or I haven't clicked the done button, it's because I've forgotten, or it's because I've been distracted and I've been talking too much. It's not because I'm trying to slow the game down. I like to have a nice, decent tempo of the game.
This Phoenix Hawk 3S is putting a lot of faith into that Loki not taking the back shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see how this would be.
Wait a minute. We're honourable clan warriors. How dare you say that? I'm shocked that you'd even that hadn't even entered my mind. How dare you? I'm totally offended by that. I'm strictly adhering to the rules of honourable combat. unlike the Desgra inner sphere scum that you are.
Hey, we haven't broken Zell yet.
Yet. See? The word, yet.
And actually, if I'm honest, this is my first time playing with any kind of Zellbriggen rules. For as much BattleTech as I've played, most of it has been against the bot, and what wasn't was largely before the clans came out.
Yeah. I get the impression that even when it... Like, there was a friend of mine that I played a lot of BattleTech with, like, I don't know, God, I feel so old, like 20, 25 years ago. And he loved playing clans and Clan Wolf and stuff like that. And I liked it, the Innisphere. And I had my hang-ups about it, you know, the whole tech thing or whatever, which I've largely mostly gotten over. But, you know, clan players typically don't want to play with Zellbriggen. And that's fair, especially if you're playing with a back value balanced force, then, you know, Zellbriggen is supposed to be a disadvantage.
Yeah.
You know, it's...
But you're saying that battle value is already a disadvantage?
Well, no, I mean, it's like, this is a moderately open map. If I was playing without Zellbriggen, just doing whatever the hell I wanted, then I'd be able to focus fire and just play at long range. It would be, I don't know. It's just nice to play a game which has actually got some of the flavour that's intended for the units you're using. And I was listening to a podcast with one of the guys who actually designed the clans originally from a fluff point of view. Now, one of the things he said that he really regretted is that he really felt that Zellbriggen should be much more of a thing for clan forces, and yet most clan players in whichever game you're talking about, they're just not interested. They just want to, you know, however you balance it, like having any restrictions on behaviour. And this is why you have people who choose the clan. I mean, yeah, Clan Wolf, they don't really use Zellbriggen, so yeah, we'll play Clan Wolf, you know?
Yeah.
That's why it's like, even though like Clan Smoke Jaguar and Jade Falcon, you know, they're not the nicest guys, but those players that play those factions who adhere to clan honor rules and they lean into the flavour of it. I have a lot of respect for that, rather than the players who choose to play clans, but they choose the factions. Which, yeah, I'm a clan, but I don't really do the honor rules. I'm not subject to that, and I can do whatever I like. You know.
Yeah. I don't know. One of the things I like most about BattleTech is that there is so much flexibility in being able to play a style that appeals to you. Like, if you want to play, you know, space D&D, there are rules for that. There's I mean, it's basically an entirely different game than if you wanted to play it more like a war game, which I usually use the comparison that it's like chess with robots.
Yeah.
Let's see, the archer. Where'd your Stormcrow go? Is that him over here under my mini map? Yes. Okay, so
I mean, the game itself is quite enjoyable, but a lot of it is based on how much affection you have for the source material. And if you throw that totally out the window, then if you're purely looking at it as a war game, then there are probably other war games that are, I mean, potentially as interesting or more interesting from just a purely tactical point of view. But it's like it's stompy robots. It's got we all have our favorite clans or our favorite factions, or and there's a lot of nostalgia. So I think there's a lot. That's what keeps me playing. I'd rather play sort of faction appropriate stuff and try and do it in a reasonable way, rather than just being totally, throw everything out the window and do exactly what I want the whole time.
Hey, can you hold on one sec?
Sure.
Sorry about that. Yeah, no, I'm definitely more on the wargamey end of the spectrum. For me, it is a lot about optimizing a force. And I do feel guilty for not being more familiar with like which factions use which units more or less. One thing that I've heard time and time again is that basically every faction uses every unit to some degree or another almost.
Yeah.
So like if you want to be running a Davian variant of a Warhammer, for example, but you're playing Liao, like that does happen through like salvage and capture. So it just seems to me like it's generally pretty accepted, and I don't know, I guess I've kind of taken that maybe a little more to heart.
This is the thing, it's like it's what I was saying last time. The flexibility is good. You can do whatever you like, and you can take whichever aspects that you enjoy the most, and you're not restricted to anything. But if you choose, if you want to play a very heavily flavoured force, then you can do, and there's the information there, or there's the option to do that. And if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. But I mean, you say you're treating it like a war game, but then like the units that you're using, I mean, some of these are custom units, but that's a custom archer and a custom warhammer. That's not like a totally random custom mech that you come up with. It's like you started with an archer and you've made changes.
Yeah.
So if somebody's familiar with the fluff from like 20, 30, 40 years ago, who knows what an archer is, they know what you're talking about. You haven't just created something totally out of thin air. So I would say you're that, if you're using the original units, but just slightly changing them to your own personal taste, that's exactly what Path Attack is all about.
Of course, for what it's worth, I do have plenty of scratch built designs. I had one actually that I was especially fond of called the Mothhawk. It was a 40 tonner, moved 797. It was specifically designed for taking out like wasps and stingers and locusts. But like I wouldn't be trying to stream that, and a big part of it, like you said, is that relatability, that someone who's not up to date on the game could hop in and recognize an archer, a warhammer. But if I was running like a Mothhawk and a barrage, like I wouldn't want to alienate my viewers that much. But yeah, I do have some of those designs as well that I'm quite fond of. It's just I don't try to be, I guess, quite so public with them. But I mean, if
yeah, sure. I mean, there's nothing wrong. There are definitely people who really strongly don't like custom units, and I don't mind them because there are enough options. And if you have a scenario where there's enough tactical options that you know, I don't think the construction system can be abused a little bit, but if people go very heavily down one particular route, there are enough other options that you can counter it. So even if you're being very gamey and playing very optimized units, they will have their counters. And if you play with a broad range of, if you play with every possible option, including infantry, aerospace fighters, artillery, there will always be a counter. So I think that's totally fine.
All the fires. I saw I lit up a couple more hexes. Alright, so the Ryokan landing 10 and 7 to the archers, right arm and right torso. Armor's still looking pretty good though. Archer returning fire, landing 28 missiles. Center torso, left arm, left leg, center torso again, and a critical on the right leg. Rolled a 3. Warhammer at the Thresher, 2 PPCs on 7s, lands one of them to the left arm, and a medium laser to the right arm, and 3 SRMs. Marauder, vomiting laser at the Vulture. That's 5, 10 to the center torso. What?
Right, it's funny. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, 5 to the left torso, 5 to the left leg, 5 more to the left leg, 5 more to the center torso, 5 more to the left leg, 5 more to the left torso, and there goes one of your LRMs. Yeah, that's a Marauder where basically I just took off the autocannon and replaced it with 8 medium lasers. And then just beefed up the armor and double heat sinks, and it's a little gross.
Yeah.
Alright, the Marauder 2 on your Shadowhawk 2C lands a PPC to the left arm, down to 2 armor there. Enforcer, firing on the Loki, needed 12s. Thresher, missing both of his Ultra Autocannon 10 shots on 7s, missing all of his medium lasers on 8s and 6s, landing 6 SRMs. I see right torso twice, left arm, right leg, right arm. Warhammer's down to 8 armor in the center torso. That could be problematic eventually. Vulture on the Marauder, landing 16 LRMs and a large pulse laser to the left torso. Left leg is also down to 3 armor. Medium pulse to the right leg, down to 6 there. Shadowhawk on the Marauder 2, landing a medium pulse to the left leg, and 4 SRMs to the right leg, left torso, right arm, right torso. Jenner starting 2 fires. Infantry missing. Phoenix Hawk starting a fire. Loki on the Enforcer needing 9s. Landing 5 points to the left leg. And then the other Phoenix Hawk starting 2 more fires. So your objective is well and truly.
That's a little. Yeah, that's quite a lot of time.
I figure if I leave any forests unburnt, that gives your infantry somewhere to hide. I'm trying to not do that. And the Vulture needs a 6 to stay standing, takes 5 to the left leg going internal, and 1 to the center torso landing on his gyro. So he's gonna need.
Third time he's fallen over needing a 5 or a 6. He needs to have more instruction, I think.
Yeah, and he's gonna need a 7 or better to get up because of that gyro hit now.
Yeah.
Marauder 2 needs a 5, gets a 7.
That's great.
Yeah. Mad Dog Prime needs a 4+ to avoid shutdown, rolls a 4. 17 heat, so that's a targeting penalty now of 2, isn't it? It's 8 and 16 for targeting. And then all of my guys are still running relatively cool. So yeah. Fire burning brightly, fire spreads, fire burning brightly, fire burning brightly, fire started. That is quite a long list of fire.
Yeah.
And the initiative goes back to us. You had it for 1 turn, how did it feel?
It was wonderful. I already enjoyed it.
Enforcer is moving to engage the Loki, and honestly I'm not expecting him to fare very well in that matchup, but hopefully I can soften him up for one of the Phoenix Hawks to finish him off.
Yeah. I mean, really, all 3 of them just ganging up on him at the same time should work.
And then you don't have anything near enough by to enforce Cellbrigand or retaliate. But and now that I've got most of the forests on fire, I can lay off of that.
I mean, what interfere with that? Like, if all 3 of them gang up on him, no one else can help him until that's finished. He can defend himself against any of them, but the guys who are already in duels have to finish those duels first.
Yeah. I don't know if you've been able to hear her, but Nelly has been just going absolutely insane for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Alright, okay.
That ring quite a lot of fire.
So it looks like I'm missing a couple of hexes of woods that could be on fire. But,
Yeah.
now I know that vehicles, I think they have to make a check of some kind at the end of any round in fire, and I think it's an 8, or they have to beat an 8, I think, in order to avoid taking fire damage. Is infantry the same way?
I think it's the same. I think for vehicles and infantry, it might be at the end of the movement phase. So if you set a fire, like for example, like you set some fires there in the hex that the infantry is in, they haven't had to roll yet. But if they stay there, then they might have to. So as long as they do that, they should be okay.
Well, I know what this guy is trying to do, so we're gonna keep doing that. My God, Nelly, hush.
What does she want?
Probably either to be let out or to be played with, and neither one of those is gonna happen right now. She misses the outdoors, but there are too many fleas, so she is not allowed. I could potentially. This guy's 6'9". I like really want to move my archer right now, but I don't want to give your Ryokan that much of a range advantage.
For the archer. Ah, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't know, I guess there's a part of my brain that's trying to use the archer as an initiative sink, and I'm like, no, I need to wait on the archer until the last second.
Yeah.
Let's see, this is... I just had kind of a random thought. I know that infantry takes double damage when they're in the open. Does smoke count as in the open or not? Do you know?
Sorry, say again?
Does smoke hex count as being in the open for infantry taking double damage?
It does.
Okay. So...
Yeah, rough doesn't, but yeah, it's right. It's just a hit penalty.
Okay. Well, then I feel a little bit better about putting my Phoenix Hawk right there, because at least I can retaliate.
That whole area just looks very cinematic. Like just imagining all of the fires, the mechs jumping around, the infantry scurrying around. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, that vulture is so hot. He's barely gonna have enough movement points to stand up.
He's fine. He's totally fine.
I am a little worried I've pulled the Marauder further away from the rest of his lance than I should have. Because that kind of leaves just the Archer, the Warhammer, and the Marauder 2 against 3 mechs and looks like 5 points of elementals. This is heavy woods. That's heavy woods.
I think I'm pretty sure that the elementals can't actually engage with anyone that's fighting a duel, or they shouldn't anyway.
Well, yeah, but eventually these duels are going to end, and then I've got a bunch of angry elementals in my face.
Well, yeah, I mean, no one really wants that, so yeah.
Need 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oof. I'm not sure that was a great move. Actually, I'm pretty sure it wasn't because your Ryokan's lasers are so much stronger than the Archers. But also you're in heavy woods, and I didn't think that trying to maintain long distance was advantageous either. It is what it is.
Yep.
Your Shadowhawk keeping looks like 8 hexes from the Marauder 2, which is medium range. Wait a second. Well, that's interesting. I'm confused. It's saying that your Loki and my Enforcer have line of sight on each other, but my Enforcer is in a level 2 hex behind a level 4 hex. Seems like that would block LOS, wouldn't it?
It depends on, hang on. I turn on I use the option which is the diagramming line of sight. So literally, it should work out
Okay.
the position and draw a line between the two. So if you're on level 2, so you're 2 levels higher than that. Sorry, 1 level. That's all 3. Yeah, that should be fine.
I think maybe it's because you're also standing on a level 4 hex that you're able to see, because like partial cover only affects mechs that are on even um, altitude.
I can look when I fire. I'll see if there should be some cover, because if he's on level 4, then he counts as being level 5. So it's level 4 plus 1 level for a mech.
Okay, whereas my mech is
see over it's being level 4.
Whereas I'd be considered a level 3 because I'm on a height 2 hill and I'm plus 1.
Yep.
I mean, I guess. I mean, did you do that on purpose?
What's that?
Your Thresher, who's engaged to my Warhammer, just turned his back to me. Vulture needs a 7 to get up, rolls a 4, takes 5 to the right leg and 1 to the right torso, successfully avoids hurting the pilot. Okay, so I guess starting with the archer, there's not much point in the other end. Oh wow, 11s. That's lovely. As long as we're 9s, 12s. No, that's not worth it. Not yet. Alright, yep. That archer is definitely gonna, he's not gonna dish it out as well as he takes it this turn, I don't think. Cute. Throw in the small lasers too, just for kicks. I'm really confused by what you're trying to do with this Thrasher, though.
May have slight error. I thought it was. Yeah, don't worry about it.
I mean, no. A little cool this turn. 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Oh, the Ryokan had similar target numbers to my archer. I'm not expecting to hit with anything, but you landed one of your 11s, 10 points to the center torso. Yeah, not so lucky with mine. The Thresher at the Warhammer lands a medium pulse laser to the left leg. Marauder 2, vomiting lasers at the Vulture. That's the left leg, right arm, left torso, right arm. Center torso, left leg destroyed, left torso, ammo is gone. Alright, we can... And the Jenner joined in on the fun. The Vulture had an 11 on the Marauder. And that's without minimum range.
Yeah.
4, 5 for my movement, 6, 7 for being prone. 11 seems really high. I don't know what all the modifiers were on that, but alright, the Shadowhawk 2C at the Marauder 2, landing 2 medium pulse lasers to the right torso, center torso. Foot platoons firing at my Phoenix Hawk and missing on 12s, and then one of them lands on an 8, causing 19 damage. Left torso, right torso, left arm twice, right torso, left torso, right torso. Alright, right torso is down to 8 points. Left torso is down to 8 points. Otherwise, we're looking fairly good still. Warhammer at the Thresher, missing the PPC and both medium lasers, but landing both small lasers and a machine gun. And 4 SRMs, left arm, gone internal, right torso down to 3 armor. The Hellbringer at the Enforcer, needing 9s, landing an autocannon 5 hit to the head. Marauder 2 at the Shadowhawk on 11s, didn't land anything. The Enforcer at the Hellbringer on 10s and 12s, nothing. But one of the things I really like about the Enforcer is that I was able to fire all that without building up any heat.
Yeah.
So even on 12s, it's worth it with that mech. Let's see. It's Phoenix Hawk failing to start a fire. And then the other Phoenix Hawk killing 10 of your guys and then starting 2 fires. And no one makes any piloting rolls. Yeah, I'm just trying to flush out all of your infantry. And it seems to be working. I mean, you're out in the open now.
Yeah.
Alright, so I can punch on a 9. And if that did hit the torso, it pretty much would go internal, I think. I mean, you could take it in the center torso. Or I could go for the kick on a 6. Yeah, I think I'll try and take the 6. Alright. I see your pilot is in the same hex as my Jenner, so I'm going to not kick. Kicking pilots after they've ejected is really, like, that's the lowest of the low.
Yeah.
And
like, yeah. What are we? Word of Blake? Yeah.
3, 6, 7, 8. No, I don't think my Phoenix Hawk is going to try to kick your infantry. I would need an 8. Did land the kick on your good leg, which is no longer any good with 3 armor remaining. If it had landed on the other leg, it would have gone internal. But your armor held up. Alright, Loki is up to 4 heat. Looks like pretty much everyone else is running pretty cool. Pilot Koki has been picked up by the Jenner. And just all of this fire that I'm so glad we're not doing the bookkeeping by hand.
Oh god, could you imagine?
You'd spend an hour just doing the end phase of each turn.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh wow. Sorry, it's been a few rounds since I looked at the BV standings. I'm still at 92%. I've got you down to 75%.
Yeah, I mean, that was the vulture. That was literally just the last round.
And I continue to outroll you for initiative. And honestly, I appreciate how much of a good sport you're being about it. If I had lost initiative this many times in one match, I'd probably be a little salty about it.
I don't think it's been that much of a factor because I do have the elementals and the infantry and I've been using them, so it's not been a massive factor. It's like it's random chance. It's just dice rolls. You can't really get upset by that. Although I'm slightly salty about the number of piloting rolls that Vulture made. That he needed 5s and kept rolling 3s and 4s. That's well, yeah. Although the reality of that is, if I didn't want him to be making piloting rolls, I shouldn't have been putting him in a situation where he was taking so much damage. So.
Well, that Marauder 3R with the 10 medium lasers, once he got within 6 hexes of you, he hit with at least 4 of them every time he shot at you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was... I feel like it would have been pretty hard to avoid, like, taking that damage. Alright, what other hexes do I need to light on fire? There's so much smoke, it's hard to tell which hexes have woods in them.
Yeah.
This guy. 5, 8. I don't think that's a good idea. Needs a 3. We'll take that chance. Thresher hasn't moved, the Ryokan hasn't moved. Alright, so at this point it seems like all of your guys are engaged with someone. So no matter what I decide to do with this Marauder, I think if I move to engage like the Ryokan or the Thresher, then I'm breaking Zellbriggen there. If I move to attack the Loki, I'm breaking Zellbriggen there. But if I don't do that, then the Marauder is going to spend a turn or two not doing anything unless... I mean, I could start working on these elementals. Yeah, we'll do that. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right?
Yep. Especially with the jet.
I mean, I should only have LOS on one of them because of the hill. Okay, that one's gonna be a medium range. I've got that jumped 7 defensive mod. It's only 30 SRMs.
fine. It's fine. Jen's got loads of armor.
Not anymore. Although, I mean, my modified 7Fs do actually have max armor.
So, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
The 7D, I mean... I'm sorry?
No, go on.
I was just gonna say, the 7D Jenner is kind of worthless in my eyes because it has too many guns for the heat sinks and not enough armor, but the 7F is a much, much better mech, if you ask me, because it drops the SRM-4 to add 3 tons of armor, and that is definitely an improvement.
What is that, like a later version of it?
What, the 7F?
DF version, 7F, yeah.
I don't think it's a later version, it's just, you know what? Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna look something up. For anyone who doubts my old school Battletech cred, I'm pulling out my 3025 TRO here, and I'm literally having to hold it together in one hand while I flip through it with the other. 7D Jenner variants. Battle history. Okay, this is from the overview section of the 7D Jenner entry on the 3025 Tech Manual. The original Jenners mounted 2 Argra 27C medium lasers and a Diplan HD large laser on a central turret, but this configuration could easily be disarmed by a direct hit to the turret. The medium laser's targeting system was also plagued with problems. However, because the chassis and mobility subsystems performed well in trials, designers decided to refit the weapon system instead of scrapping the whole design. The Jenner was then modified to its current configuration, mounting 4 medium lasers. The 3L was replaced the older 27C. The Thunderstroke SRM-4 was installed after additional testing showed the need for increased short-range firepower. The resulting mech was the pride of curative forces. But then, under variants, which is like on the right side of the page, it says none of the original prototype Jenners remaining, but some without the Thunderstroke SRM-4 still survive. These are identical to the standard Jenner, but are more heavily armored. So there's a mention of it in this book, but it's not actually named.
Yeah, the companion, the record sheet books would have had variant. Yeah. That's cool. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, they trade off a lot for the mobility at that size. Like, even for the size, they're quite fast, right?
Yeah, the standard Jenner is a 711.5 movement profile.
Okay.
And I honestly kept that 711.5 for the 7F Mark III that I've got, but with the Sakina variant, well, the Mark III variant has 2 pulse lasers. The Sakina replaces those 2 pulse lasers with 3 medium lasers and 2 extra jump jets. So the Sakina is the 711.7. Finally, getting in within close range here. Jumped 5, mod 3, heavy woods. That Thresher is actually really mobile.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to match. You're in heavy woods with a target mod of 3. Best I can do. Looks like about. Is that good? Look at this. Close range for that, close range for that, close range for that. Medium range for that. Gives me a +2. Well, I don't like where I'm moving my Warhammer to exactly, but it gives me a little bit of movement mod, partial cover, and keeps me out of short range of your SRMs at least. But I'm fully expecting your medium lasers, your pulse lasers, to just tear me up. So let's see. There's 5 of them. They've got 10 hit points each, so I need to deal 50 damage to the unit at least. Let's see, that should be about 20. Alright, hopefully I can kill at least 3 of them like that. Oh lord, 10s and 12s. And that Shadowhawk is also being really difficult to hit. 9s and 11s at 4 hexes. And then
I thought I'd take the risk. I mean, the Marauder 2 is kind of long to mid range, isn't it? So
it's actually pretty similar to, as far as the weapons loadout, to the standard Marauder. It's got the 2 PPCs, the ER variants in this case. Instead of the autocannon, it has a Gauss rifle. It's pretty long range, and then it has just the 2 medium lasers. But like, you're at short range for my PPCs and the Gauss rifle, and I still need 9s. So that's a little ridiculous, I think. And then Enforcer also does not have good target numbers. Hmm. Alright, so the Ryokan, firing at the Archer, lands an ER large for 10 points to the right arm, leaving us with 2 armor, and an ER medium, 7 damage to the right leg, leaving us with 9. The Archer returns fire, landing 3 medium lasers, 1 to each leg and 1 to the right torso, which is now 0 armor remaining. The Thresher at the Warhammer on 10s and 8s with the pulse lasers hits 10 points to the right arm, would have hit the right leg, and then 7 to the right torso, leaving us with 7 there. Shadowhawk on the Marauder, landing medium pulse laser to the center torso and 2 SRMs to the arms, another SRM to the right torso. The Marauder firing at the Elementals hits Trooper 1, 2, 4, 3, 3. Oh, they're 11 points each, aren't they? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Elementals firing at the Jenner, landing, okay, partial cover. The other one hitting with the Flamers for 6 damage to the left torso and right arm, taking out a shoulder actuator and a laser. And then the SRM's just taking off the arm entirely. Internal on the left torso, and also landing hits on the center torso and left arm. In response, 2 medium lasers to Trooper number 5, leaving him with 1 internal point. The Warhammer on the Thresher on 10s and 12s gets nothing. The Loki on the Enforcer, landing 2 machine guns on the left arm, and 16 SRMs, center torso, rear, right arm twice, and the left leg. The Marauder 2 landing his PPC on the Shadowhawk to the left leg, going internal but not getting the crit. And then the Enforcer landing his autocannon 10 on the Loki from behind the back, 10 points to the center torso, leaving you with 7 armor. Phoenix Hawk firing on the infantry, kills 1 guy. So small laser, 3 damage changed to 1 because infantry. Caught in the open, damage doubled, and then infantry armor. Okay. So those guys are tougher than standard infantry. They take half damage or something?
Yeah, obviously.
I see. And then starting a fire in Hex 3805. Enforcer stays standing, Jenner stays standing. Good deal. And yes, we're going on an 8. No. No, we're not going to try to kick on an 8 when we've got a piloting of 5. And then with a piloting of 4, yeah, I'll take the 8. And I kicked 1 for 7 damage and killed him. My first elemental. And there's, what, 20 of them total? Or no, 25.
Yeah, 25, yeah.
Alright.
You've done a lot of damage to them, actually, with that medium laser barrel. So, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, I fired like 16 medium lasers and landed a kick and only killed 1 of them.
Yeah, but you've done... It's a numbers game, isn't it? You've just got to do the damage.
Yeah. Alright, and it looks like we'll be going first this round. Having lost initiative for basically like, you know, the second time. Let's see, is it gonna let me do this? No. He is a, let me see, 696. I don't want to hold up on that. Oh man, who do I move first? Two, three, four, five, six, seven. It's always so much harder to decide how to move when you've lost initiative.
Yeah.
Because it's like everywhere I want to go, like I'm trying to calculate like all of the different responses you could have and optimize from there. It's
Yeah. That's the really good thing. Like for such an old game, the initiative and movement mechanics are actually really, really good for technical play. If you're having to make hard decisions, then that's gameplay. You know?
Yeah. Like with this Jenner, like I kind of want to move down and take out your number 2 elementals. I kind of want to maybe jump to the right and try to prepare to break Zellbergen on your Loki. Like there's, I wouldn't mind moving south to try to threaten that Thresher. But for right now, like I'm just trying to hold off on the Jenner because like I don't know. I'm sure you can relate. It's the situation you've been in for the last 8 turns or whatever.
Yeah. Although, I mean, yeah, again, having the infantry as initiative sinks is a kind of a bit of a buffer. I haven't. Yeah, it's been a bit awkward, but it hasn't been as bad as it would have been without that.
assuming my archer survives the shooting phase, I'm probably gonna go for the punch. Because it does more damage. It does more damage and it has a better 2-hit because of the battle fists.
Yeah.
And also, I'm really trying to land another hot hit on your head. That Ryokan is already weakened.
Oh, yeah. It barely hanging together, yeah.
Honestly, I also kind of feel like I underestimated the Thresher a bit. It's super mobile and really well armed, actually.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's not very spectacular or glamorous, but yeah, it's decent.
I mean, I thought my, upgunned Warhammer would be able to handle it a little more easily than it has been. It's actually been much more of a contest than I thought it was going to be.
Well, it's just the jump jets, isn't it? Just trying to get a hit. Yeah. It doesn't have the endurance.
Okay, well, I think I've figured out what I'm going to do with my Jenner. The one that's only got one arm left. Oh dear. And I was also kind of hoping you would move the Shadowhawk before I got down to my last mech. Oh. Oh, I see. I did not realize the Marauder 2 had 2 of its jump jets in the legs.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I thought I'd be able to jump 3 hexes this turn. He can only jump 1.
I mean, for me, the Shadowhawk, he's got an uphill battle already, so I've been trying to give him as much of an advantage as I could possibly imagine.
Yep, That's exactly what I thought you were gonna do. That's exactly what I would have done too. I'm hoping I was able to jump my enforcer far enough away that your Loki wouldn't be able to get behind him.
Okay. Yeah, this round should be interesting, if nothing else. So.
Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to figure out. You've got two elementals in the same hex. I was trying to make sure I was targeting the right one.
Yep.
That's gonna be an 11. That's no bueno. Friggin' 9s over here. Nothing else I can do. Alright, shooting results. Ryoken landed an ER medium in the back of my archer. Center torso rear through armor crit on the engine. That's gonna suck, because I ran a little hot this turn. Didn't penetrate the armor, just got the engine hit. Let's see, the Thresher, missing both of his autocannon shots, but landing a medium pulse, also to the center torso rear. And 7 SRMs. Looks like 3 of those went into the left torso rear. Right arm also took a couple. The Shadowhawk at the Marauder 2 landed one of his medium pulse lasers, left torso rear, through armor crit on one of the heat sinks. And he at least was not running hot this turn, because he only fired 1 arm's worth of weapons. Archer completely missing the Thresher, like I was expecting, but like it was the only shot I had. Elementals at the Jenner, landing, looks like 4 flamer hits. Center torso, left leg, center torso, left leg. And then 2 additional damage from rifles to the right torso. More elementals firing at the Marauder, landing 6 SRMs. Left leg is down to 1 armor. Flamer missed. Rifles do 2 damage to the right torso. Next elementals hitting the Marauder on 5s. Hits one of the double heat sinks. Gone internal on the left leg. 2 to the right torso. Missed the SRM2 on a needed a 3, got a 2. Rifles to the left torso, down to 2 structure there. The next elementals at the Jenner landed 1 damage to the left torso rear. Firing at the Phoenix Hawk on 8s and 9s, looks like, and missing. The Loki on the Enforcer landed an autocannon hit to the left leg. And a machine gun to the left arm. And, oh yeah, 16 LRMs. Left arm is down to 5 armor there. The Marauder 3R returning fire at the damaged elementals. Killed troopers 2, 3, and 5. And trooper 4 is... Oh, trooper 4 is dead as well. So is that... Okay, yeah, destroyed by damage, so... Battle...
Yeah, it's 1 point down. Yeah.
4 to go. Warhammer firing at elemental group number 5 with a BBC strips trooper 2 of his armor, and then medium lasers, etc. at group number 2 hit dude number 4 for half of his armor. The Jenner firing at the Thresher, landing center torso, left leg, center torso. Armor's getting pretty thin there. And then the Marauder 2 at the Shadowhawk, landing both of his shots. That's surprising to me. Right arm down to 2 armor, left torso down to 12. My Enforcer at the Loki, landing his autocannon 10 on a 10 with an 11 to the left torso, 4 armor remaining. My dice are on fire today. Phoenix Hawk at the foot platoon kills 1 dude and starts a fire. Other Phoenix Hawk kills 2 dudes and starts another fire. And the Marauder has fallen from damage. That's 5 to the right leg and 3 to the left torso. The Warhammer and the Enforcer also took 20 damage but do not fall down.
Okay, so that's the Jenner and the Archer have breached Zelbruggen with the Thresher, yeah?
Yes.
Cool, okay.
Yes, and the Archer going for the punch. On a 7. We got this. It's on a 10, no thank you. That's on an 8, also no thank you. Jenner an 11. 2, 3 for battle armor, 6 for jumping, 7, 8 for movement, plus 3 for stomping infantry in the same hex. Punched you in the left torso for 7. 0.
Close.
Alright, Thresher is at 5 heat, Shadowhawk is at 4, Loki is at 4, Archer is at 7, Marauder's at 10, because they both took engine hits. And the Jenner is also at 12 now. Wait. I guess the Jenner took, I don't know, it's all running together.
Flame hits.
Oh, yeah.
Flame hits on the Jenner and the Marauder, I think.
Alright, this round is because of the command bonus. 7 versus 7 plus 1. You've got me down to 84%. I've got you down to 68.5.
Yep.
How many points are these battle armors worth anyway? These are about 500 apiece.
It's a little bit pricey, especially with the skill upgrade, but yeah, I don't know, they're quite cool. They're very obnoxious at short range.
Yeah, and bloody tough. Like, if they had 10 hit points total, that would be bad, but they have 11, so like a PPC or 2 medium lasers isn't quite enough.
Yeah.
Which is a little frustrating and annoying, but I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, they're definitely at their best when they're working with something else, so they're not just the target of all of the incoming fire, you know.
Yeah.
Because if you do, if you concentrate on them and you decisively say, right, I'm going to wipe these guys out, you can just wipe them out. So, which is what you're doing.
Wow. That is...
The Warhammer 5 on the Elementals, right?
Do what?
The Warhammer 5 on the Elementals, yeah? There was a PPC hit, if I remember.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, it was like the only... No, I hit, what is it, 0.5 with a PPC and then 0.2 with medium lasers and whatnot.
Okay. Okay.
And let's see, and the Jenner and the Archer also both fired on the Thresher. And may well continue to do so. At this point, I'm just trying to keep your elementals away from my objective. Hopefully the Marauder can deal with the Shadowhawk well enough to, like, maybe able to put some guns downfield before it gets too late. But yeah, when I look at this map and I see those elementals heading south towards my objective, the word that comes to mind is inexorable.
Yes. Slow and steady. Yeah.
I mean, you had 3 points of elementals up here versus my Marauder, and they just basically destroyed him, and you got 2 more heading south, and it's just... they take so much damage and they deal so much damage. The only real saving grace when fighting against them is their speed. And then... yeah, I saw that coming. Can't say I'm surprised. But with all the heat damage he's taken, he only had 3 movement points.
Yeah. I mean, it's also, regardless of how sensible or not it is, it's like, you remember the Blood of Kerensky trilogy, like, I can't play elementals against Innisphere without having them trying to swarm and clamber up the mech and rip the cockpit open and spray a flamer into the cockpit, you know.
Right.
The game mechanics don't support that quite the same way, but it's all very well being a mech warrior in a Marauder stomping around the battlefield, but when you've got like some angry elementals pounding on the outside of your cockpit, it suddenly seems to be, yeah, it's a different situation.
Yeah, for sure. I also feel like my Enforcer has been rolling relatively well against your Loki. Like, he's landed some hits I was not expecting him to land. And his jump jets have been really useful, I feel like, as well. But, I mean, that is a 50-tonner versus a, what, 65 or 70-tonner? I can never keep the Hellbringer and the Summoner straight.
I think the Hellbringer is what, 65? Yeah, the Enforcer, because it's got some long range weapons, it doesn't have a lot of. It hasn't got a lot of firepower, but it's kind of multi-purpose.
Well, this is, of course, it's a custom variant of mine. Replaces the autocannon 10 with an LBX to save up some weight, and it's got a couple medium lasers, so it's not, like, completely limited.
Any mech that has an LB10 is fine by me.
Yeah, it's a really...
I'm easily satisfied.
Yeah, LB10s are great weapons. They really are. I'm gonna take another restroom break, and then actually I was
Okay.
thinking, probably if this, well, do you think we'll be done in the next 30 minutes or so? Because we're going on 3.5 hours right now.
I think we'll be done in the next 2 rounds. I think.
You think so?
I think so. Yeah.
All right. Because I don't. I think the longest recording I've ever tried to put up on YouTube so far has been 3 hours, and it seemed like it struggled a little bit. So I don't know how it would handle 4.
Okay.
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 Yeah. I really need you to move this Shadowhawk so I can respond. I don't want you to be behind my Marauder anymore.
Yeah. Well, I don't really want to be standing in front of an assault mech generally, given the choice.
Oh, that's why you've got jump jets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pivot where I am. Alright. Phoenix Hawk rolls for mask. Thresher checks for mask. Marauder needs a piloting check to stand up. All good. Alright. 8s. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Even still. Or also 8s. So let's see. You've got back shots on my Warhammer, And you've positioned yourself to where I can only hit you with 1 PPC. And you're within minimum range, so that's lovely. I mean, yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Jenna's running hot. I'm sitting at 19 heat before I fire anything.
Oh wow. Yeah, those flamers, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were going to bring infantry, and I didn't have any means of stopping any if you did. So I thought I'd bring flamers because they're on the battle armor. I know that you like to run quite cold.
I do,
so
yeah.
The flamers would be a slight disruption to that.
11. Single solitary 6 is all he gets. I'm a little sad at the way you managed to position your Ryokan behind my archer as well. It's gonna be what, 9s and 11s. And he doesn't have any shot at all. Alright, Ryokan landing an ER large for 10 points to the archer's right arm, leaving me with 3 internal structure remaining. But missing with all 3 mediums on 8s. Nice. Thresher landing an ultra autocannon 10 hit into the Warhammer's center torso rear, going internal but not quite critting. And then landing a medium pulse laser to the arm and 8 missiles. Miraculously, none of them hit that center torso rear. Although the left torso and right torso rear are both down to 2 armor. The right arm is down to 2 armor. Wow. The Shadowhawk on the Marauder on 10s and 12s doesn't get anything. The Elementals at the Marauder 3R hits with 2 flamers to the right arm and right leg, critting the foot. And then also adding 4 points of heat. Landing 4 SRMs. Right torso is down to 4 armor. Right torso is down to 2 after the auto rifle attack. The Marauder 2 at the Shadowhawk, landing all 3 of his big guns. The Gauss rifle to the right torso and 2 PPCs to the left. Down to 3 structure there. Elementals trying to swarm the Marauder, need a 6, roll a 2. Infantry missing the Phoenix Hawk. Infantry hitting the Phoenix Hawk for 12 damage. Left arm is down to 4 armor, right torso is down to 6. Warhammer on the Thresher, landing a PPC to the left arm, destroying it and transferring into the left torso. And with his right arm, I fired at an elemental but missed. The Loki at the Enforcer, landing an autocannon hit to the left leg and an ER large laser to the same left leg. Going internal, critting out a jump jet and an actuator. Jenner, who only had enough heat reserves to fire 1 medium laser on an 11, misses. The Archer, missing on his 6. The Marauder, medium laser vomit at the Elementals, landing on Trooper 2, 5, 3, 4, and then landing a small on 3, but not actually killing anyone. The Enforcer at the Loki on 9s and 11s doesn't land anything. The Phoenix Hawk killing 3 infantry guys. And nobody falling down this turn. Which is a little surprising, yeah. I can try to kick on an 8. Yeah, with a piloting skill of 4, I'll take that chance. If I hit, I kill 1. Missed. Both of my guys missed. I thought the 6 at least was a good chance. Alright. Thresher is at 8 heat, Loki is at 6, Marauder is at 8. Okay, so I've managed to bring most of my heat down, the exception being that Marauder. And we have lost the initiative. Alright, well. Is it worth a 5+? I don't think it is. It's a 4+ maybe, but not a 5. No, did not see those guys there.
Were they not blips?
No. I guess my sensors failed me this turn. Hold on, let's see, I jumped 5 hexes, and... Oh yeah, I must have failed my check, because my radar is reading 0 to 0 hexes. It's not super evasive, but it keeps my firing arcs where I want them to be. Between the heat and that busted foot actuator, your elementals are actually faster than my Marauder right now.
Okay.
Like, I'm trying to get away, but like I can only move like 2 hexes on this hill.
You can't get away.
Let's see, what was the let's go. Okay. Wait, what happened?
Bit of a mask problem there.
Oh, you needed a 5 last turn. Was it a 7 this turn?
Yep.
So I remember used to be when mask failed, it would just immobilize you basically. But I thought they changed it to where it just.
It does like grids. It does actuate grids. Yeah.
Okay, so like, how many though?
Some.
That's, yeah, you're missing a foot and an upper and lower leg on the other. So, okay. I mean, a kill is a kill. I've already fired on him. Oh, man. That Warhammer's in trouble, too. At least he doesn't have anyone in his back right now. needed a 6 to land that, so I was a little tense.
Yeah.
Phoenix Hawk generates 2 more heat. Crit upper leg and foot. Let's make 2 piloting skill rolls for the actuator hits. On 7s, falls, takes 6 damage to the left torso and right arm. Tries to get up, takes 6 damage to the right leg, critting out his lower leg, and 1 to the left torso. Okay, I see what happened. Enforcer needs a 6, gets an 8. Loki needs a 4, gets a 5. Nines and 8s. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I'm gauging whether I think my Marauder is gonna open fire on the elementals that he's not in the same hex in, and I'm gonna keep one of my PPCs silent because I'm expecting to take on about 10 extra heat from Flamers this turn.
Yeah. That sounds very sensible.
Okay, so we got 7s and 9s over here. here. That's what we wanted. Although no LS there, no torso twist. So that's the shot we've got. That's the shot we'll take. We don't have LOS there. And we don't have range for anything else. Alright. So the Ryokan at the Archer on 9s only manages to land one of his medium lasers to the left torso, which apparently had strong armor still. Marauder 2 at the Shadowhawk 2C, landing, looks like, the Gauss rifle and both medium lasers. That's the left arm destroyed, going into the left torso, going into the center torso, 17 armor remaining. 5 to the head, 5 more to the center torso, down to 12. In return, the Shadowhawk landed a medium pulse laser to the right leg, 32 armor remaining. Elementals have swarmed the Marauder 3R, and Elementals firing flamers at the Warhammer, landing 6 points of damage to the right leg and left arm, down to 5 armor there. 2 more to the left arm, down to 3. Elementals at the Marauder 3R, landing 6 SRMs to the left leg, the right torso down to 0 armor, center torso. Takes 2 to the center torso, then takes 2 more to the center torso, but it hits one of the elementals instead. 2 to the left leg, 2 to the right arm, 2 to the left leg, 2 to the right torso, 2 to the center torso, 2 to the right torso. For all of that, for as many times as you got possible critical effects, you need an 8 or better. There's a 5, a 7, a 3, a 6, a 2, a 7, and a 4.
Yeah, and also needed a 4 to hit with some additional SRMs and rolled 2. But yeah, okay.
And Elementals firing on the Warhammer, missing with the Flamer, hitting 6 SRMs to the right torso, left leg, center torso, left leg, right arm down to 0 armor. Infantry at the Phoenix Hawk on an 11, missing. The Warhammer had really nice shots on that Thresher, landing both of his PPCs, 1 to each leg, creating out a jump jet in the foot. Medium laser finishes the right leg, going into the right torso. 5 SRMs to the left torso, creating out the double heat sink and the mask. 2 to the right torso, 2 more to the right torso, down to 10 armor there. Infantry missing the Phoenix Hawk. Archer at the Ryokan, landing 5 to the right arm, 5 to the left arm, and then 6 LRMs also to the left and right arms, but no crits and nothing destroyed quite. The Loki at the Enforcer, hitting 5 points to the left leg, leaving us with 5 points there, missing with both of his lasers. Marauder 3R firing at the Elemental on a 10 and missing. The Enforcer firing on the Loki, landing 10 points to the left leg. The Phoenix Hawk at some infantry and missing, but we did start a fire in Hex 3605. The Jenner taking some pot shots at some Elementals, landing hits on numbers 1 and 4. Shadowhawk 2C falls down, needs a 6, gets a 5, takes 5 to the right leg, does avoid damage. Warhammer needs a 5, gets a 4, takes 5 to the center torso, down to 1 armor, 2 to the left torso. Man, these clan machines are just beefy. Like I had, heard and read various people talking about like how to take on the clans and like what they're good at and what they're not good at. And the general consensus seems to be that they don't have enough armor for the points that they cost.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that they're under armored, it's just that, for that many points you want it to be as tough as possible. So I was kind of hoping that, your guys would be a little easier to take down on an individual level, but they just really aren't. They're tough. And how the turntables. Now all of your guys are running cool with only your Shadowhawk at 1 heat, Archer at 4, Warhammer at 8. Okay, so the Warhammer at 8 heat is going to be a problem. That's going to be a targeting penalty. And we're back to winning initiative. Oh, you're down to 54%. Your Shadowhawk is essentially, well, he's still got like half of his guns or more. He's still got both of his legs, so he's still a threat for sure. Let's see, it's the Thresher that's legless now. Yeah. Let's see if we can pull this off. Yes, we can. Oof, that Warhammer's in rough shape.
Yeah.
Marauder trying to get back down the hill to help, taking the elementals with him as he goes.
Yeah.
I can't do anything.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the mini-map and this massive splotch of red up here at the top right, that all of those hexes are on fire.
They're on the smoke as well.
And that's like, I think, 19 contiguous hexes. And somehow you still have infantry, just like... I don't know.
Just running around madly, like the fire and the smoke. It's everything they were warned about when they were told, don't get old, don't become soul armor, die in battle, you know, before life.
So that's heavy woods. That would be...
Total hellscape over there, yeah. They seem to have more or less fulfilled their function though.
Yeah, I mean, they tied up both of my Phoenix Hawks this whole time and my Jenner for a little while as well. No, let's do it like this. Yeah. How many points is this guy still worth? He is still worth 2,000 points. Might as well, even on 11 at this point. That Marauder's not going to be long for this world. Let's see, we've got 9s and 7s and 9s over here, and 7s. Let's see, 8, 6. Yeah, I'm going up to 8 heat on this Marauder too, so you know I'm expecting this to be over imminently.
Yeah, yeah.
7s and 9s over here, take that. Oh, I thought I had LOS on someone over here, I guess not. I guess that's not an option. Alright, Ryokan unloading on the Archer, hitting the right leg and right torso for 7 each. Right leg is down to 2 armor. The Shadowhawk on the Marauder, landing 7 to the left torso and left arm. Landing 2, 4 SRMs, left leg, center torso, head, and left leg. And an ER small to the right torso. It still trips me out that a clan ER small laser does 5 damage. Like, elementals at the Marauder, destroying the left torso and thereby the left arm. 8 damage transferring to the center torso, going internal. Critting out, looks like 2 or 3 double heat sinks. Archer on the Ryokan, hitting 3 medium lasers to the left torso, left leg, and right torso, critting on an engine. So he's going to be running hot this turn. Elementals on the Warhammer, 2 to the left arm, down to our last point of armor there. other elementals on the Phoenix Hawk, missing on 2 6s. Jinner joining the fun against the Ryokan. Medium lasers to the center torso, right torso destroyed, transferring into the center torso. Left arm destroyed, transferring into the left torso. Small laser to the center torso, down to 17 structure. Elementals at the Warhammer, landing 3 flamers. Left arm destroyed. Loki at the Enforcer, destroying his left leg, going into the left torso with the first laser, hitting the center torso with the other laser, and landing 9 LRMs all to the right torso. And landing both hits with the Ultra Autocannon 5 to the center torso and left torso, and a medium laser to the right torso. So that Enforcer just, well, I want to say survived. He's legless, but he survived. Complete alpha strike that landed literally everything. Didn't get a great cluster roll on the LRM, but still hit with everything. Marauder 3R firing medium lasers at the elementals, hits Trooper 5 3 times, killing him. Hits Trooper 3, 4, 1, 3 again, 4 with a small laser. Warhammer at the Thresher, destroying the left torso, going into the center torso, creating his engine and the mask. I already hit his mask once, right? And the leg, I think, or was that someone else?
Oh, it's gone. It's already destroyed.
Yeah. Medium lasers to the right torso, small laser to the center torso, machine gun to the left leg, critting out a jump jet, machine gun to the center torso. Marauder 2 at the Shadowhawk 2C, landing a PPC to the center torso and another one to the right arm, transferring into the right torso. Medium lasers to the center torso and right torso, critting out the engine, the gyro, and another jump jet. The Enforcer on the Loki with the ammo explosion. Oh, that's a Narcpod explosion. So I hit the right arm with the autocannon, the left torso with the large laser. Causes 2 consciousness checks and takes 8 damage to the left torso, leaving him with 3 structure. Did you even ever fire any of those Narcpods at me?
Yeah, a couple of them. I think I might have hit one of them, but
yeah, because there's 6 pods per ton and 4 of them blew up. Phoenix Hawk at the Elementals hits Trooper number 2, Trooper number 1. Ryokan still standing. Shadowhawk falls down, takes 5 to the center torso. Loki needs a 5, gets a 9. Marauder needs a 5, gets a 6. Enforcer takes 5 to the right arm and goes unconscious. And we kick one of these guys on a 6, hopefully. And we are absolutely going to kick the Shadowhawk on a 3. Jinner. Yeah, I know, engaging in all of this dishonorable physical contact.
I've been avoiding it. Yeah.
Archer kills an element.
Win.
Marauder kills the Shadowhawk. Yeah. I didn't know the Ryokan was stable. That's cool. Oh, Ryokan goes unconscious from the heat. Oh, I forgot about that life support hit earlier.
I forgot about that as well.
Holy crap, you built up 50 heat this turn?
That was with the engine hit, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. But I mean, still, even 2 engine hits, that's still 40 heat just from weapons. Or 38 plus 2 movement.
It was going to be the last round anyway. So.
Yeah. Warhammer's at 9 heat, Marauder 2 is at 8 heat, Marauder 3R is at 6 heat. I picked up Pilot Nora. All of this fire, all of this smoke. Alright. Yeah, I believe.
So you killed the Shadow Orb, which was the one which was next to your objective, and I think your Marauder is standing next to it. Just click done. And just check that. I think that's
Yeah, so I've got you. Well, yeah, the Marauder killed the Shadow
I
Hawk.
mean, your Marauder's not saying next to the objective, but that's a trivial. You're basically you've got that objective and you've got below 50%, so that's a win. No, that's good.
Yeah, at the very least, within one turn, I can be on top of it, and I don't see any of your units within one turn.
No, wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to seriously contest anything anyway. No, that was good. Cool.
That was outstanding.
I got far too close, far too quickly. Yeah.
I did think it was a little funny towards the beginning of the match when I had my light lance running up here, up the right side towards your objective, and you came close enough to the mountain, and you're like, "That's a lot of blips." It's like,
Yeah.
oh man.
I mean, I wasn't sure how much anti-infantry stuff you had, and it seems like they just about managed to hold the objective and do all this, but they're fairly cheap.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, with the two Phoenix Hawks and the Jenner with all those medium lasers, I really thought I'd be able to clear out any elementals or infantry that you had by your objective relatively quickly. And when I saw standard infantry, I was like, well, let me just light all the forests on fire. That'll kill them. And there's... How many of those guys do you still have? I see 5 sensor returns.
All the squads are still there. I mean, the squads are half strength, but they're looking okay. If you want to wipe, you've got to use flamers, machine guns, or plasma rifles if you want to actually kill them, I think, or area effect weapons, or like a fragmentation LRMs or SRMs are also very, very good.
Okay. Well, I don't think
ML20s with some frag ammo will wipe out infantry very nicely.
Well, I thought the machine guns and just overwhelming numbers of medium lasers and pulse lasers would work and fire when that didn't, but those guys are really resilient. Also, you were really good at like getting them out of the fire just in time and keeping them in the smoke but out of the woods.
There wasn't much choice with that because there was so much fire. There was generally just like one hex I could move into. I mean, yeah, it's a total hellscape up there. But that was, I mean, you know, foot infantry is a cheap way of holding an objective, so I'm happy with that. They did their job.
Yeah. Honestly, the like the Warhammer and the Archer and the Marauder, I mean, like last game, I was kind of expecting to have them like hold still and hold this objective, but they ended up actually advancing a lot further than I was expecting them to. They were going to be a more defensive force, and I ended up pushing past the halfway point on the map with them. So it's funny how, what is it they say? No plan survives first contact with the enemy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of these things where it's a bit of a cliche because it depends what kind of plan you have, like in a very general. I got the sense that you were reasonably happy with your positioning and the way that it progressed as what you were doing. Whereas I got a bit carried away and I knew I had to keep long range and I just didn't do it. It wouldn't have made a lot of difference maybe. You would have dragged it out a bit more, but I should have kept longer range.
Well, especially with that Marauder, the 3R that I've got with the 10 medium lasers, his objective was to get close and unleash hell within 3 hexes. And I never really got a chance to get within 3 hexes. He still did really well. But what surprised me, honestly, is that I only kept the Marauder 2 at my objective, and he was able to hold it. Like, everyone else kind of left him behind.
I mean, that's what they're supposed to do. I mean, that's, you know, assault mechs. Like, taking or holding objectives and just, you know, either pushing into defensive fire or just sitting still and holding something. That's perfect. I mean, that was a perfect use of Marauder too. That was brilliant.
It took me a lot longer to kill that Shadowhawk than I thought it was going to. For a 45-ton mech, he sure hung in there.
Yeah, what was it? Was it 585 or 696?
I think it was a 696.
Yeah.
But he was facing down a 100-tonner, and like he danced with him down here in this corner, like for quite a while before I managed to immobilize him and eventually kick him. And for a 45-tonner to hold up a 100-tonner for that long and that effectively, like I wanted to kill him quicker so I could turn and fire on these elementals before they got any closer. And it wasn't happening the way I wanted it to.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to play a little bit, but maybe slightly more cautiously with him. But I just couldn't seem to get enough damage. Because I had 3-4 pilots in the MegaMeks and 4 or 5 pilots in the Thresher and the Shadowball, the second line ones. So if he could have landed a few more hits and maybe tried to get you to make a couple of piloting rolls to fall over, which I couldn't seem to do. He couldn't hit all his weapons. So.
I think on average my pilots were mostly in the 3-4 kind of range. Some of them were 4-5s, but the Jenner and the I think the Marauder 3R were both 2-4 and 2-5, I think. Yeah, the Marauder was a 2-4, the Jenner was a 2-4. I really wanted to make the most out of those mechs that had, you know, just the masked medium lasers, so I gave them the gunnery too, which is kind of odd to think that the Inner Sphere team had better pilots than the Clan team.
Well, I mean, you only had 2 Lancers. I mean...
Yeah, so I mean, I had the points to spare. I was just saying, like, from a lore kind of perspective, like usually the clans are considered to have more elite pilots and better training and the whole genetic thing. But yeah, it's I would say the one thing that I have the hardest time forgiving BattleTech for is trying to translate the novels and the stories into the tabletop. Like, I love that they try, and I think they do a fairly good job, but there are some things that just don't really happen the same way in the game as they do in the fiction. But yeah, we are going on 4.5 hours now, so I'm going to go ahead and bid YouTube good night or good evening or good weekend, as it were. Hope you guys enjoyed this video, and we'll catch you next time.